Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Awkward Moments of Jatu. Hello. Hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. Thank you, Barry, for the first tier redeem. And hello. Hope you're all doing well. So yes, we are going to continue with Phoenix Wright today. We are on the final special episode, which I've been saying is the final one for ages. I know I have, and I do apologise. I didn't realise just how long this episode was going to be. I did realise, I just forgot how long it was. So, yeah. We are aiming for a longish stream. So, what my plan was, right? So, I'll do 3 hours, and then, because I set something up really quickly, I stole this idea from Pixie because I know that she wanted to do it for her ad breaks, but I'm not going to do this for my ad break. This is just going to be for when I take a break after the 3 hours. We're going to take a short 15-minute break, and then whilst I'm taking the 15-minute break and stacking and drinking a bit, you guys can enjoy words on stream. Obviously that won't be happening now. It's just a little preview. I literally got it to work, but there's only one downside. There's no sound. I can't figure out how to get the sound to work, purely because I believe when it's done on the PC, it automatically captures the sound, whereas on Mac, there's not really any desktop capture. So that's the problem I'm having. However, I will probably put some music on or leave the Ace Attorney music on so you can play words on stream with some music. So there's no sound effects, so no music for the game itself. Record yourself doing the sound and play it on loop. No thank you, Barry. Not the ambient sounds that people are asking for. I can promise you. Okay, so back to Ace Attorney. So the new trilogy is out. I'm still waiting for my copy to arrive. It got shipped on the 25th, so that's the day it was released, and I'm not surprised that it shipped on the day of release. I was kind of hoping they'd maybe ship it a day before, but that's just me with wishful thinking. So they shipped it on the 25th, but because there's no physical copies here in the UK, I had to buy a physical copy. So it was a choice of either buy a physical copy from America or buy a physical copy from Japan. I bought one from Japan, mostly because there are free gifts with the Japanese version. I didn't check out the American version just to see if they had any freebies or anything that came with it. I wasn't fussed. I was just like, do you know what? My first trilogy that I've bought, the one that we're playing currently, was bought from Japan. I might as well buy the next one from Japan, and I get some pretty nice goodies. The first one came with an acrylic phone stand, I think, which has the words objection on it in Japanese, which is very pretty. I haven't used it. I've got no space for it right now. When I have more space, maybe I'll have it on display. And then this time around, we get an acrylic keychain, which is very cute. I am all for acrylics. I'm a sucker for them, honestly. They're so pretty. They're like candy to me. And especially small acrylic charms. I feel like I really shouldn't be saying this. I really want to put them in my mouth because they look like candy. But I have to tell myself, no, Jatsu, they're not sweets, they're not candy. You can't eat them. Don't put them in your mouth. So yeah, an insight to some of my more what's the words? Intrusive thoughts. Yes, I know they're not sweets, Berry, but they're so pretty, and especially when they're so colourful, and they do them in different colours as well. And I'm just like, I want to eat it, but I know it's not candy. It's the forbidden candy. All right, let me turn off the music, and then we'll start on the game. So we've done our initial investigation of the game. And I do believe we are going straight to court. So what did we find previously? So we found a load of bloody handprints in the police evidence room. So we have I can't remember who else is involved aside from the Sky sisters. So we've got Emma Skye and Lana Skye. Emma Skye is the younger sister who's going to go into forensic science, and she wants to help her sister, Lana Skye, because she believes she is innocent and didn't murder the detective. I can't remember the detective's name now. But yes, so we've gathered all the evidence that we can find, and we are now going to go to court. I believe there will be another evidence gathering section as well as another court session. Because this is only the second day, so I believe this case will drag out into the third day. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Oh yeah, the police guy was murdered at the so the victim's a police officer. He was murdered in the evidence room as well as in the prosecution office. So now we are trying to determine where his place of murder was, and why is it the fact that he's murdered or said to be murdered in 2 places in one time? Not in one time, at the same time. Words aren't happening. Also, I have to apologise in advance. You might hear me cough every now and then. So whilst I have actually recovered from my cold, I am still coughing. My throat is still a little bit dry. So I have plenty of drinks to hydrate with. I have my tea that's going a bit cold now. I have a lemon and honey tea as well to help keep my throat soothed, and just plain old hot water. Which Twirly always says that I'm disgusting for. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana? Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologise for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how did it go? It says Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye? We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. We're going to blame... Okay, so we're not going to blame him. Evidence points to him. Jake Marshall was at the scene of the crime, but he pretends that he wasn't. And they're all linked because of a court case. SL9. This is the court case that everyone is linked to. Oh, excuse me. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defence is ready, Your Honour. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. How that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of it, things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are going wild. Oh, did I just skip the text? Yes, I did. It's Officer Meekins! Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Oh my god. Why would you admit to it? So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear is, sir, I'm what you could call part... Oh my god. What you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. He most certainly is enthusiastic. Oh. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Oh, poor Meekins. So, the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto do unto others before they do unto you. Hey Jay, thank you for stopping by. It's going well. We literally just started our trial. We're getting Meekins' testimony. Going to lurk, so I have not played this part. No worries, no worries. Thank you for lurking. Very much appreciated. That's the Meekins family's motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defence may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Right, we're going to press everything. So why was he assigned the evidence room? Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives, sir. I love the Blue Badger, I'm sorry. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. That I relocated the Blue Badger. So many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Let's press U. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then your ID number should be listed on here, right? Oh. There it is! I found it! Oh, this is the one. Could you please read us a number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Ooh. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay. We still don't know whose number's at the top, though. Right? Hang on. Bum, bum. Let's have a look. Yeah, we don't know who the 777777. Did I miss a 7 out? We don't know who that is. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. So Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. Oh my god. I don't even remember him saying that before. Can you imagine Meekins doing Kung Fu? Oh, just swinging his arms around like erratically. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. He closed his eyes. You don't close your eyes. You're supposed to keep your eyes on your opponent. Oh my god. Oh, Meekins, you're too funny. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir. Oh no, he got punched. Oh, he got knocked out. He got KO'd. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that I was unconscious? Oh, right. According to the report from the office that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came round though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honour. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gunt delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The Chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? For anyone that does not know, especially of the younger generation, this is a VHS tape. This is how we used to watch videos on playback. There was no such thing as DVDs back then. I say back then. I mean, yeah, DVDs didn't come until a bit later. Mid-90s? Would you say early 90s? I think mid to early 90s. You used to have your VHS? I mean, it was eventually phased out, obviously. So it was VHS and then DVD, or a mixture of both, because VHS was still cheaper. And then VHS got phased out and it was just DVDs. And now it's DVDs. Well, DVDs are slowly being phased out nowadays. And it's all mostly online streaming for convenience and space and stuff like that, which is fair enough. I completely understand that. But yeah, I still have some tapes as well. Yeah, I mean, a lot of younger people don't know what this thing is, which makes me laugh a bit. It's kind of funny because of obviously the generational gap. And it's interesting as well to see how the generations have changed through time because of these gaps. But yeah, I used to have... So when I was younger, I actually grew up on a lot of like Cantonese drama and anime as well, but with Cantonese dubbing. So a lot of these shows that I'd watch would be recorded from family members in Hong Kong, and then they'd post it over because there's obviously no such thing as... I mean, there probably was in like international TVs and stuff like that, but the best and cheapest way to do it was to have someone in Hong Kong tape it and then send it over. And so my family and my parents would be like maybe a couple of weeks behind the current series, and bless whoever it was that was over in Hong Kong like recording everything. They were very, very good. They sent everything over, and then it obviously wouldn't be like several tapes, it'd just be the one tape. So we'd all share the tape and take turns watching it. Catching up on our TV dramas. Except for the cartoon ones. The cartoon ones I got to keep. So I actually grew up on things like Dragon Ball Z when it was released. Shin-chan, oh my god. The little pervert Shin-chan. Ranma. There was a magical pig girl as well. A few baseball ones. Yeah, I grew up on a lot of random Cantonese dubbed anime, and it was a lot of fun. And I learned a lot of I learned how to speak it and understand it a little bit better with these sort of things. And occasionally, when I feel like I need a bit of improvement with my own Cantonese, because I don't use it very often. I don't speak it very often. I don't read it, and I don't write it. So a lot of times I need a brush up, and the only brush up that I tend to do is, instead of actually using the language, like my job sometimes requires me to use Cantonese, so I need to translate or use language to communicate with other people inside and outside the company, and but it's not enough to really keep me to stop me from being rusty. So like, a lot of times I try to find like Cantonese based dramas, and I just put it on in the background, and then I just listen to it whilst I'm doing other things, because obviously I can understand it to not need to be watching it all the time. So I don't need to read subtitles or anything. But even if I did put subtitles on for a Cantonese like drama or TV series, I try to put like Chinese subtitles, because that also helps with my reading. Because I say I learn more words. I then recognize more of the words, and then I can pick it up other places when I do need to use the reading skill. So yeah, VHS. Good old VHS. Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from a security camera in the evidence room. How many languages can I speak? Just the two. Just the two. Cantonese and English. I can't speak Mandarin. I only know a few words here and there, but I can understand it if people speak it to me slowly, because there's a lot of similar words between Cantonese and Mandarin, and just too low. I can barely get around one. I mean, to be honest, I would love to be multilingual. It's a very good skill set to have, in my opinion, but it's just a studying. I know a few words here and there of Korean and Japanese, but it's not enough to make conversation. I can ask questions in Korean, but I can't answer them. All the silly questions, like have you eaten yet? how you doing, and stuff like that. Just really simple stuff. Contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it'd be mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what we're getting ourselves into. Okay, whilst we're watching this video, just gonna mute really quickly. Hang on. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? Oh, what the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a blue badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway. Can we rewatch that? Can we fast forward? So there he is. Just want to see. Okay, so nothing's sticking out of that locker then. It's only after their fight. Oh, something fell out of the locker. Was that a glove that fell out? Meekins. This is also the first time they start using the 3D models, which they don't implement actually, even in the second one. Why is there blood on his Oh, that's Meekins' blood. I think it's only from the fourth game that they start implementing like a lot of the 3D models. And he avoided the camera here. And then, yeah. And then that white thing's... Okay. Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. And Your Honour, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Oh, okay. Something appeared at the end. Yeah, so at the end, I can't show you guys yet. So you know there's a locker at the end on the left. So at the start of the video, there was nothing showing on there. And then at the end, when the guys not there. When Meekins passed out, there's something poking out of the locker, so it was clearly accessed after the fight. Okay. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. Secrets, yeah. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defence may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Was that Officer Goodman's locker? I can't remember. Anyway, let's press it. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter, but you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. It might not be Detective Goodman, actually. But you don't know for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or Meekins. Eek. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean... Oh no, we already read this. About these lockers, is there any other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. Any respond to registered fingerprints, sir? I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. I have to press this, but I don't think that's Goodman's locker. How do you know that information? I've heard rumours, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know. The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Oh no. Poor Meekins. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tries to thrust a knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defence can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. There is a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. Oh yeah, because he opened the other locker. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honour, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defence point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man? Oh. Wow, I didn't even get a chance to finish reading the judge's speech. Let's fast forward. Oh no, wait, hang on. Okay. Not here. Right. Not here. Here. Hopefully that will do the trick. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be this. Hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. Oh, I didn't point at it enough, sorry. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medication? Twirly, thank you for the second here redeem. Hello. Thank you for stopping by. Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again, Now what do I do? Play video game. Very well. Let's try this again. No worries. Were you playing Baldur's Gate? Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh. No, did you decide on the colour for the nail polish? Oh. No, it's okay. I do apologise again. I am recovered. It's just I do still have the cough a little bit. And it's caused by a dry throat. So I'm trying to keep myself hydrated. You should ip-dip do it, Twirly. Says the one pointing his finger at us. I'll now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time we've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can pass. Okay, that's fine. Okay, right. I need to point at the bit of fabric that's poking out of the locker. You narrowed it down to one box. I suppose that's not a bad thing. Did my Joy-Con just drift? Okay. Pause. Right. So I pointed at the locker, but I should be pointing at this. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What are you looking for? What you are looking for is one thing, and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Oh, I almost walked right into the defense trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. Rats, I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Now what do I do? But I thought that was... You being serious? Do I not point that out? Do I need to point it out? Right. I'll do it one more time. Where was this found? This rubber glove. Okay, this is the glove in the locker. Oh, hang on. Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna read that again. Right, I'm gonna point at something. That's really strange. He's wearing gloves. So a glove fell out. Okay, no, he's not sure. Okay, no. Alright, I'm just gonna go back to the testimony because I can't narrow it out. I can't figure out why it's... Right, let's just return to the cross-examination. It seems to have been taking the wrong approach. Assuming the witness is still willing to continue, that is, Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. It is my duty as a police officer to help the lost, sir. Great. Now I think I'm lost. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? Had the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? So if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter, but you were standing right in front of him, not? Okay, we've just gone back to the start. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. I know, I think that was the last testimony. That was the last bit of the testimony as well. So it must be the video. Ugh. Okay, so I've read this bit as well. I can't think of what could be contradictory, aside from the other locker. And give me 2 seconds. Wait, I just figured it out. I think I figured it out. Where was this handprint found? Marshall's fingerprints. Wow, it's just a picture of the... I think I know what the contradiction is. I think it's the blue badger. That's the contradiction. Because there's a bloody handprint on the locker that's behind the blue badger. But how could it be there if the blue badger's there, in the way? Okay, let's get past this because we've already done this bit. Okay, come on. Okay, come on. Can we see? No, we can't see the bloody handprint there. It's the... I'm sure it's a blue badger that's... Nope, it's not the blue badger. Okay. I was so certain as well. I was like, but there's a bloody handprint behind the blue badger on the locker, well, on the locker behind him. How could it be there if the blue badger's there? Play video game. Okay. Thank you, Emma. Right, so I've pointed out the bit of cloth that's sticking out on the other locker, but apparently that's not a contradiction, or I'm not clicking in the right area. Nice, fast forward. So here comes Detective Goodman, or what we think is Detective Goodman. And then there's Officer Meekins. Then they have a little fight. Wait. What time did they come in at? 4:40, 4:50. Officer Meekins said he came in at 5:15. Did he? That's 5:15. Did the time change? No, no. Right, okay. So all happens in the space of a minute. That thing is creepy. It's cute. I love the blue badger. And this is the thing that contradicts it, in my opinion. I didn't know this was a horror game. I mean, yeah, it's a horror game. I think it's the timestamp that's wrong. $4.50 to put it in. Second time was to put it away. No, would that be the... Like, I think this bit here, but I'm not... I'm sorry I keep you playing it. It's just at the moment. But we found that glove at the scene of the crime. I still think it's this. But it's just not... Right, let's point at it. No, it's not that still. Okay. I'm stuck already. All right, play video game. Oh my god. Come on. Come on, Jetsu, we got this. We played this once before, how could you forget? In my head, I vaguely remember what happens, but I can't remember exactly. And this is why. So originally, I was going to watch another streamer's playthrough of Apollo Justice, but then I had to stop myself because I was like, do you know what? If I watch it, and then when I come around to playing it myself, I'm going to remember it too well and it won't be as fun. So I stopped myself. I stopped myself from watching it. I apologise that this is just going to repeat. Right, fast forward. So Officer Meekins was knocked out. Right, let's rewind. Look at him. Let's rewind. So he slashed at Officer Meekins. I mean, his face is so conveniently covered. The song's gonna get stuck in my head. Oh, wait. Maybe it's the blood. Yeah, I think. Hold on a second. No, it's not the blood on his shoulder. Okay, so it's not that. Right. I'm so sorry, we're stuck on this video because I can't find the contradiction. Or I can't think of what the contradiction is. I'm trying. I really am. I promise. Okay. Okay. Right, back to the horror scene. Okay. Okay, so he fights him. And there's blood. And he's on the floor. Wait. I still think that this is the contradiction, but I don't know where to point. I'm just gonna point at the locker. Oh, no, it's not that. Okay. I'm going to cheat a little bit. Give me 2 seconds. I really can't be stuck on this for too long. I'm just like, what is it? I'm sure it has to... I'm sure it's got to be something. Well, it has to be something. I just don't know what. Right. We are... Transformer. Oh, okay. I completely missed. Play video game. Right. Is that not right? Hang on. Only sign detector prints indicator lamp lights up when it's opened. Okay. That's something to do with the locker lamp. Okay. Totally missed that myself. Brain's not working today. Okay. Right. Let's fast forward. Oh! Oh! When it's unlocked, it's already lit up. It's already lit up! Which means it's already unlocked. I had to cheat a little bit on this one. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. It's lit up, which means it's already opened. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind it a little earlier. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honour. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Did he just squawk like a chicken? Order, order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honour. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. Ah, I remember. I remember. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have been broken. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honour. The sensor would detect and report a malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honour? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honour. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something. Jam the sensor, say? There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. I know the next clue. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause for this. We're going to be referring back to this video many, many times. Right. And we know why. Oh, right. Let's rewind. See the glove that falls out? What's this? Please watch closely. Is this the continuation of the part I showed you earlier? Oh. We get the silent black and white film. I did a really silly thing. I left the tea bag in my tea. Now I don't know what to do with the tea bag because I want to use my cup. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. Sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. Really? I often fall out and roll great distances when I open the door. Oh no. Give me 2 seconds. We can't be sure the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? Oh, pouring myself some water. Oh, no. The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Oh my god. This white thing inside. Oh god, this white thing inside. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just up my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closed, but the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. Hey, Shroomish! Yes, I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well too. And thank you for stopping by. Hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defence please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? It was a glove! For your hands. There we go. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that this was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that wasn't the case. The lit lamp attests to that. I'm just done working. I hope Ace Attorney is fun. Oh, make sure you get some good rest. And yes, Ace Attorney is always fun, regardless of what chapter, what series. Would this be classed as a series or season? Because there's 6 games total. So, well, actually, there's more than 6 games. There are 8 mainline games so far and 3 spin-offs. So that's 11 games total. I can maths. I'm smart. I'm smart and I can maths. Don't judge me. It's not often that I do mental maths actually. Even though my job actually requires me to do a lot of maths and calculations. And yet I don't do it mentally. I do it all by calculator. Because I can't mental maths. The only mental maths I do, well, I say mental, I have to count on my fingers. I'm not even afraid to admit that. I need to count on my fingers, and I don't care if you judge me. I'm proud. I can count to 10. I'm so sorry. I can count to more than 10. But for me, maths, I have to write it down. I have to visualize it. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. Revelations. Order, order, order. So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? To not be misled, Your Honour. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defence has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony. Oh, mystery man number 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Yeah, but anyone could have stolen the card and used it. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honour. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases. Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Because your hair's already spiky. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let's move on to the cross-examination. What do I have to work with here? Let's see. Let's press you. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Yes, I think he's forgotten that he has another hand, Emma. Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. Meekins revealing his deep, dark secrets. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honour. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mummy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong colour, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe he testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Goodman was filling out a form. Hang on. This form? Lost item report. He lost his ID card. Right? What is his ID number again? He couldn't even remember his ID number. There's one other thing that tests proof, sir. To enter evidence room, one must use the ID card. Now it's used, there's a record of it. At the time, crime detective produced his card. Do I present this here? Okay. Right, I'm gonna quickly save. Because knowing me and my luck, I'm gonna get this wrong. Today is not the day. It's the right place to present it, yes. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honour, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report is only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defence. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarise the defence's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the lock in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must oh my god, this word. I can say it, I swear. Struggling. We must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. I have to really sound out the words in my head before it comes out. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. Luck for now, because the small people are still here and being feral. No worries, Pixie. I hope they stop being feral soon. Or I hope they because I know you said that they're going out for the day today. So I hope they leave the house soon to leave you in peace so that you can enjoy your Baldur's Gate all to yourself. This isn't going to end well. Well. It seems you finally realised exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defence has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used a murder weapon. My was very pathetic, I'm so sorry. I knew this testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honour. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Let's object. Objection! One moment, Your Honour. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. This video is going to appear so many more times, trust me. However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defence demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honour. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honour. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? Jake Marshall, certain Texas Ranger. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defence's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. I just read it as subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured out everything. I figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. However can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, gumshoe. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I'm sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked for? You mean this, right? He's so nervous, bless him. My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SR9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SR9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you. The Chief Prosecutor were a witness in this case. We're a case in this witness. Oh, I'm so sorry, my reading's so bad. Miss Sky is a witness. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've bought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, why? Why is your name in here? It is? Wait. What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... Is her name in there? Check. Let's read. Incident number SL9. Close. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall? Is that related to Jake Marshall? Is that his brother? Trial data. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Skye and Emma Skye. Investigation task force. She was a witness. Investigation task force. Executive investigators. Damon Gant. Oh, Damon Gant. He's the chief of police. Lana Skye, head investigator. Bruce Goodman, investigator. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. That's the cough-up queen. No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana. That's over with, no. Emma, wait. She ran away. Uh-oh. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Gumshoe, how could you leave at a critical moment like that? Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. We already did. To be continued. Okay, we're going to save. Yes. Yes, overwrite the data. I already did that, didn't I? I am so silly. Silly Billy. I'm not going to continue the rest of that rhyme. Or maybe I will. So usually when I say silly Billy, I always end it with, oh, this is so childish. Silly Billy with no willy. Yes, I am a child. And I always have to, especially at work, I have to stop myself from continuing it. Instead of just being all like silly Billy with no willy. And the worst thing is, right, I also work with a lot of men. It's a male dominant. It's not really male dominant industry that I work in, but it is a male dominant like workplace that I work at. So yeah, half time I just really have to stop myself from going silly Billy with no willy, because it might offend people. Honestly, and I don't want to offend people. That's the last thing I want to do. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Is he drinking in court? I mean, we did establish that he was drinking on the job. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Trails. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honour. A howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Oh, he was describing Edgeworth as the howling wind? Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. Day of the crime, yeah. In plain old English. Yeah, Marshall. Because I can't do a yeehaw accent. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent travelling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Thank you, Judge. I'm reading the voices all wrong, sorry. I'm going to press everything. And squeeze them for all the information. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos on nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy's a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. And those desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. And now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. You can tell us what you were doing when the crime took place. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlour's Vangol sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is unusually where Edrath says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My still horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better up the ante. Okay. Besides the rooms protect security systems anyway. Why do I present? Do I present it here? I'm gonna do the clever thing and say first, and then I'll present it. Okay. Right, I'm gonna present his fingerprints, because I do believe... Aha! Officer Marshall, does it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But, you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the bloodstained fingerprints. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. I was expecting a more climatic ante, but clearly not. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Okay, time to press. That's because you, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month. Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective, the locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. Let's see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint locker all this time without ever knowing it. That's quite a coincidence, though. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker's covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened... The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what... Is that red homonyms? Have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on reports. There's a bloodstain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So, that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The sealed blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. We do have evidence. It was the thing that I tried to point out as a contradiction at the start, and then it was wrong. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let us have another look at the video. We're back to the horror show. And this time, if I'm not careful, I do lose a life. Okay, so they do the fight. Okay, and then we can pause it here. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Would you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Do 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 do. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. It would seem that hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needs to hide something, so I opened a lock and stuck it in. It's not my fault you happened to choose mine. Oh, that's your undoing. That's your undoing, Marshall. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just plain dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call you a bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it. Oh shit. Here we go. A fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Wow, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. But there are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Is that jerky? I only got one word for you, partner. No. Just no. Order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Did he just say ole? Please answer the question. What is he now, a ball farter? Yeah, he did. He said ole. He's a... What is the judge doing? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor pans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Here? Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Excuse me. Oh. I got that wrong. Where was he standing? Alright, let's try again. Let's save. Oh my god. That tease made me very burpy. I'm so sorry. Now they're ganging up on me. Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Meekins was, or Officer Marshall was. Officer Meekins should have seen him in evidence room. That means the only place he could have been hiding would be... Well then, let's hear it. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh god. He was here. I'm being stupid. He was there. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer's simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Of course, Officer Meekins would have realised the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? He's been caught. You've quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but I hope you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defence's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, my throat is super scratchy right now. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. Oh, this tape is going to be the bane of my life. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Oh, we know why. Because he got blood on his jacket. Let's fast forward. Let's pause. Right.
Take that!
Oh, shit. I forgot to move the hand. Alright, partner. Oh, shit. You really want to know the reason I had to open my locker? Why? So I could stuff you in there. Huh? I'm sure the world would be a better place with you sent off to the boneyard. Unfortunately, unsolved cases can't be stored in the evidence room. And now I'm an unsolved case. Crap. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Something went wrong in the evidence room, that's why Marshall had to open up his locker. The unexpected event itself is the reason. I better have another crack at this. I already know what it is, I just forgot to move the hand. According to the defence's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as a detective Goodman at the time of the crime, and after the crime was committed... Oh, he's just repeating himself, okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's skip all this, come on. Right. Let's watch the video again, I'm so sorry. Right, let's fast forward. My brain couldn't see the finger, so I was just like, oh, it's not there. Okay. Okay. Here, we can see the blood. Alright. Let's present. Take that. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Ha! I knew it was the white coat. I just was being silly and clicked the wrong thing. Now then, Officer Marshall, Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, so I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Dun dun dun! So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Right, let's press you. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what do you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone else says, partner. That case was mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day is my last chance. That's why I... He's very on it because I think one of his relatives were murdered, because there's a victims list, and there was a Neil Marshall, so I can only assume it was a brother that was involved. I'm gonna have to get my water in a minute. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And a detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that lock yourself. But he could because a rubber glove was... But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. He pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his phrase this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked out Officer Meekins and... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honour. Missing evidence? Dun dun dun! Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offence. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Nor that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence is stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted of his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to present the list of victims. Right. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, I thought he'd be a police. I didn't think he'd be prosecutor, but that does make sense. The brother being prosecutor and then the other brother being a police officer, hand in hand. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. I knew it. He was investigating the murder of Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. I meant to say Damon Gant, not Damon. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. He does look very creepy and very scary. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you tried to hide it, you can't fool me. Ooh, there's a plot twist and a drama. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. But they're wrong. I believe they're wrong. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. He's so smug. I rest my case. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security cameras tape really was fake. But I didn't realise that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Who said hold it? Emma did. Your Honor, wait. Emma? The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Right? Oh, what do you mean, Wright? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Ah, he's so kind to her. Instead of giving you 1 minute, I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident refers to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Oh, poor Emma. She tried. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. I already know this one. So, this is something I brought up earlier on with where the Blue Badger was situated in the tape. There's no way that handprint was Marshall's handprint. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still. If you find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Object. Objection! We know there's a problem. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at those floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense is simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plans? It's the tape! The tape can prove it. It's the tape! As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. It seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. Oh, it's not the tape. It's no use. The more evidence there is, the greater the chance of me being wrong. Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime. What is it that bothers me about this blood mark? Right, I need to present the Blue Badger. I thought the tape was going to do it. Please allow me another chance, Your Honour. I'll prove it this time. Let us pray the defence is simply buying time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plan? Oh, crap. Okay. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of the truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Dun dun dun. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger's dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honour, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Ha ha ha! The twist! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport? Is that the word? Purport? It sounds really weird when I repeat it like that. Where are you, Texas speech? Help me read this word out loud.
Purport.
Yeah, I read it right. Purport. Your purport really happened. When did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarise, the defence claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, the proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defence please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? It was this record sheet. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! ID card record. Officer Meekins brought in the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at Let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777. Do you know what? When I say the number 7, it just reminds me of that Friends episode where Monica's explaining to Chandler the erogenous zones of a woman. Oh no. Do you think that's in reference to that? Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID card is 777777. Or it could just be a gambling number, because apparently number 7's lucky. And that's 1 7 too many, Your Honour. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of the ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. The small people have departed, hooray! Quick, Pixie! Quick! Go, 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 go! Go! Freedom! For a few hours. Which is better than nothing. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Twirly's like, oh, Pixie's here, must claim the third hero redeem. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. For about 20 minutes, Kaz is due home at 4 apparently. Oh no. 20 minutes is better than nothing. I'm sure you can get a quick round in. That sounds really wrong, but you know, just go. Go, go, go. Twirly, stop lying. I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, an official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Objection! I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I'd appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander it is. Is it? Okay, let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Quick, change your Steam password. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 777777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Dun dun dun. Ooh. All right, hang on. I really need the loo. I'm so sorry. I will be right back. I'm gonna put music on for you guys, just for you guys, and then I will be right back. Give me 2 seconds. What are you guys doing? Look at all the writing. Oh. But thank you so much for all the writing. I'm really sorry. I was trying to hold it in because I know that I said I was going to take a break in like about 20 minutes. But then I was just, oh my God, my bladder is absolutely screaming. So I was just, oh my God, no, I have to go. I've had a lot to drink because obviously all this reading requires a lot of hydration. No, I did not. Did not. Don't slander me. No slander. All right, we shall continue. All right, I'll try and continue until we get to the next save point, and then we'll take a quick break because I need to refill all my water bottles because I've drunk everything, and I might make another tea as well. But yes, do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor?
Jatsu did a wee on the floor. There's a wet patch now.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Twirly. Every single time. No, that was not me, all right? The wet patch was not me. Twirly is lying. She lies. We know about all the lies. I mean, come on, she claimed the third here, Redeem, when she wasn't the third one here. She lies, always lies. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. This is true. See, I don't lie. Jetsu no lie. At least I did. Lana. I became prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realised it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did it, that you did? Oh my god, I had to read that sentence myself first because I was like, wait, I'm reading that wrong. Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Paprika, hello. Hello. It must be really early morning for you right now, but thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a lovely weekend. Oh my god, that guy looks like a brunette David Bowie. He kind of does. Okay, yeah, I get it. I see it. It is true. I'm in my pajamas. To be honest with you, so am I. It's now 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I'm still in my PJs. If I don't have to go out, I'm not getting changed. That's my policy. And I am not even going to deny it, and I do not regret it, because PJs are comfy. Why not? If I don't have to leave the house, I should be comfy. Why won't you answer him? Home days are PJ days, exactly. To be honest, when I go over to my friends, if I don't have to take public transport and I'm just driving, and I'll go in my PJ bottoms. I'll leave the house in my PJ bottoms and just drive there and be like, hey, I'm here, I'm comfy, let's go. Let's watch our film and snack. I'm not even gonna. I will just turn up in my PJ bottoms. Oh dear. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Oh. They committed perjury. They perverted the courts with their fake evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. Oh, uproar in the court. Order. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. You have a quarter pounder? I am jealous. Ooh. You said to order. Oh. No, that's not what I meant. Oh no. Ooh, I said I was going to take a break, but I'll do 15 more minutes and then we'll take a break. Let's get this. And then you guys can play words on stream whilst I go get some more water and tea and stuff. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. No, I need to get more this can sound wrong. I need to get more fluids. I need to get more things to drink and hydrate with. So Jax is an Ace Attorney now. I'm so impressed. I wish. Do you know how much money I'd be earning? But to be fair, whilst money is good for an attorney, well, it depends on what type of attorney you are. And it can be very good money, but you are essentially working 24 hours every single day. I have a few cousins that are like lawyers and stuff, and they're working like around the clock, and it's tough. It's tough. So whilst the money's good, you have long hours, and I wouldn't be streaming. Yeah, my dad is retired now, but he was an attorney. Oh wow, nice. But yeah, he enjoys retirement now. But yeah, no, I've heard so many things from cousins about them working long hours and not getting home till like well past midnight and then having to do it all again the next day and stuff. It's a lot of studying as well, which I don't mind. I don't mind the studying. But yeah, if I was an actual attorney, I wouldn't be able to stream. I wouldn't have time to stream. Not unless I was famous and well off enough to not need to, or well, not say not need to, but be able to pick and choose what I take on, basically. But you'd have to get to a really good point and stage in your life to be able to afford to do that, I suppose. And have to be really good at your job too. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SR9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly, and that's why she used me, and that's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall's murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. But it's listed on the report, Phoenix. It says that she's a witness. You did see it coming. It's there. We read it. Let's talk to her anyway. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Ooh. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. And so, that's when it all started. The rumours about Mr. Edgeworth, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective officers in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Dun dun dun! We have discovered something new. Let's go. Lana? Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? Ooh. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Let's talk. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't just involve me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. She's got secrets. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolises her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming prosecutor. The reason I became detective was to gain experience in investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. I'm not surprised he was quite gung-ho about it. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. And that's where he found me. So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room and just held her. Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right, quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. I'm gonna go visit. Let's go. Are we even allowed in there? Because he's quite high up. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Let's move. Oh, it's Marshall. Howdy, Bambini. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Oh my god, I'm gonna butcher this. Cue Sarah. Oh, butchered it badly. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Oh, the cactus. Must be his pet cactus. So, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall. Oh my god, I read it wrong for S. Voice. Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Okay. Let's talk to him. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. That's so young. Oh my god. That's very young. Hey, why is there a clip? Who clipped me? I just looked over and was like, there's a clip. What have you clipped? He was awarded the highest honour that very day. The highest honour? You mean the King of Prosecutors? Wasn't me. His eyes being good. Thank you for behaving, Rika. King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honour for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. Dun dun dun, there's more plots and twists. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. My star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Dun dun dun. Okay, we're getting to the bottom of this. The investigation led Damon Gant and his second-in-command Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Oh no, that was Phoenix asking. Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone knew her, said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago. So, there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. Edgeworth was clueless. He didn't even know he was given false evidence to use. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him the evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Did he just pop the lid and just spit it out? Man, if that was me, I'd be like, no, the lid. Too bad. I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Bye, Detective Marshall. Oh, there's only one place to go. No one's here today, not even Miss Sky. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in that case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Dun dun dun. Let's move. Where can we go? Edgeworth isn't in the office, I don't think. Or would he be? Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll have to come back later. Okay. Nope. Hang on. I mean, there's nothing else to examine here anyway. We've got evidence. I thought we could. Oh, it's a change of scene. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement, the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevators to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Oh. Right. I'm going to move us to the chief's office. I'm going to take a quick look, and then I'm going to take a quick break. He has an organ in here? Jesus Christ, how big is his office? Actually, I suppose you can get Mini Morgan. Mini Morgan. Mini Morgan. A mini organ is what I was meant to say. Ooh. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bark. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Oh, she's actually given it a try. I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. The police chief looks sus. He is very sus. He looks like a Streets of Rage villain. He does, actually, now that you said it. He really does. And the fact that he keeps asking us if we've been swimming lately, it's just like, can you move on from this? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. You can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. I know what's not right. I figured it out, well, kinda. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Ooh. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Dun dun dun. Okay, before I continue, I'm going to go get some more water. So, whilst I am gone, I'm going to give you guys this. Dun dun dun! Have fun! I will be back. I'm going to make some more water and some more tea. Yeah! Okay, yeah, I should be back in like 10-15 minutes. I'm just going to get some water. So, have fun. I'll be back soon. Oh, nice berry. Nice, nice, nice. Harpoon. Oh. Sorry about that. I didn't think it was gonna stop. I thought it was like an auto thing. But I'll let you guys finish this one and then we'll continue. Oh, actually, do you not know? I'll let you guys have another round. Because I made my tea and then came straight back up, but I haven't actually had a sip of my tea. Oh, you guys missed a word. Honor was on there as well. Ah. Oh no. Tea's the best. And that's absolutely fine. Right, it should auto restart. Come on, game. Oh, it does, but it takes a while. Okay. So let's just do... I should do the trick. I'm gonna join you for this round. There you go. Nice. Way. Paprika's really going for it. You might need to retype mice again. It might happen too quickly. Way. I can't think of the word. The big word. And I kind of wish they'd like show you what words you're missing. Mince, nice. Nice, nice. Well done. One more. Oh, just in time, Paprika. Nice, nice, nice. Well done. Right. We are going to exit. And then we are going to continue. Hey, Akami. Yeah. You got that in literally just in. Hi. No, I guess they don't accept Spanish words. Probably not. Hey, Kahana. Oh my god, you and Paprika have the same colour. I'm just like, why is she saying hello, sunshine? But yes, I'm glad you guys had fun. How's the stream? Stream's going really well. We have solved, actually we haven't completed the case. I think we're halfway. So we're doing pretty well. We've discovered that Chief Gant is a little sussy backer. The little pink princess, yeah. But we're going to move now. Where are we going to go? I can't remember what we had to do. Okay, we're going to go to the prosecutor's office. We'll see if... Oh my! Oh my! Oh man. I do like his voice. It's so funny as well. Okay, no. So not there. We need to find someone that can help us get into his office. Can she help us? No. Okay. Ooh, criminal affairs. Okay. But yeah, I hope you and Khan are having a good weekend so far. Thank you for stopping by. I nearly forgot to do all my basic standard stuff. But welcome in. And yes, we're about halfway, I think. So we've still got quite a bit to go through. I think there's still... So this is an investigation bit, and I think there's still like 2 parts of the trial left, and then we'll get to the end of this. So hopefully I'll be able to do it within the time frame that I set myself. But I have a feeling that I might not, and I'll probably push it and see if we can. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? You got this, Jack, to believe? Thank you. I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Gumshoe. Oh no, he's been demoted from detective to waiter. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Well, that sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Maybe Gumshoe can help us. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumours going around about Mr. Edgeworth. He's amazing talent as the prosecutors kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth is not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all that pressure... Under pressure... Oh no, every single time those words come up, my brain's just like, under pressure. Do, 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 do. I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Paprika's like, dance, dance, dance. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Because David Bowie was a god and we should reference him whenever possible. It's true, he did have really good music, so... He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. He was also my first crush when I saw him in Labyrinth as a naive 11-year-old. I've got a confession. So the first time I watched Labyrinth was when I was actually 18. I'd not seen the film at all for a very long time. Until a friend was just like, you have to watch it. Well, I say a friend, they're not really a friend anymore. They don't really talk to me since we graduated. But that's fine. And I have another confession to make. Is it The Night Before Christmas with Jack the Skeleton? Is that the one? I've actually never seen it. And to this day, I'm in my... Yeah, The Night Before Christmas, that's the one. I'm in my 30s. and I've still not seen the film. To this day, even though all of my friends are really big fans of that animation and that film, I've still not seen it. And I'm just sat here like, will I actually enjoy it? Because it's not even like a new film either. It's a very old film itself. And yeah, I mean, it took me 20 odd years to watch Kira as well. So I might enjoy it, might not. We'll see. I always tell them, yeah, I'll watch it on like the day before Christmas or Christmas Eve, just to fill out the tradition, and I never do. It's not the first thing I think about. Oh, it's okay. I missed that one until I was an adult too. I think most old kids movies like Labyrinth are really only enjoyable if you watch them first as a kid. Yeah, that's fair enough, I suppose, because you then see more the magical side of things and don't really. I think it's the more like you don't really understand the more serious undertones of the film, so it's more enjoyable in that sense. Whereas as you're older, you understand more of the seriousness to the situations that these characters are in. Versus, yeah. But I will watch Nightmare Before Christmas at one point. Okay. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realised Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? Yes, there's an adult. I'm all squawked out by 40-year-old. Oh no, that's not squawked. Squeaked? Out by a 40-year-old Goblin King pursuing a 14-year-old girl. As a kid, I thought it was a romantic. Yeah, that's. I don't remember. So I've only watched the film once, so I don't actually remember a lot of it. I just remember watching it and then going, yeah, it's okay. It's okay film. I wouldn't say it's a masterpiece. That's all I remember of it. It's so bad. Maybe I will rewatch it just to remind myself. His powers of recollection never fail to impress. So many of these characters look plucked from the streets of rage, and I love it. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. I mean, it could be referenced. It wouldn't surprise me. It might jog his memory. Let's present the evidence first, since Emma's not this one. This one. About this. Hey, is that? There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly appeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Ooh. I drank that tea way too quickly. Ended up swallowing the air as well. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed... Oh, I didn't even click next. A kid walked by just then, so... Oh my god, he's going so fast. Why? We just missed... So, right. Okay, so the... Wow. Okay, so the gist... So the gist of it was that Joe Dark ran someone over by accident in his car, but it was witnessed by someone, And I'm assuming in his panic he murdered that witness to get rid of them. And then a kid happened to walk past. So a kid saw him murder the witness, so he went and killed the kid, and then the jogger came, and then we got this bit. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his question, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Ooh. Alright, let's talk about the murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? Well, that's right. We traced it back to the storyboard, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fibre. That's pretty conclusive. He was stabbed in the back, but he was found on top of Dark. I don't think Dark murdered Marshall. I think someone else did. Carrying it in his own body gave me a different mental image. I'm glad he clarified. Oh no. Oh no. Are you thinking about the illegal type of carrying, Paprika? Oh no. Oh my god, they went there. No. Not the tip of a blade. Oh my god, ouch. Ouch. The tip of a blade though, Paprika. Ouchies. The broken tip was found in the victim's body belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Okay. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Would that work? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Jeez. Okay, so that's not it. Maybe this? About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the Chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? He has seen it in his office before. Oh no, okay. So... did that work? No, that didn't work. Evidence from a past case address walked back to his office by Gad's request. How about that? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate, at 4:20. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive office number. 77777. That's 17 too many, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. Oh, we've already asked him about this, hang on. Okay, so that's not it. Okay. So we read this bit already. And he told us about it. Bum bum bum. We need to show him something that will help us get into the office. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. I don't think we've got anything here at the moment that can help us. Nope, okay. We might have to go somewhere else for the time being. Oh, maybe we need to go, yeah, and show Lana the picture. Because she's in it as well. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when it's interest both parties. Okay. So that didn't help. Attorney, no, she'll still give me the same answer. Okay, so that's not it. How about this one? No, okay, so she's not going to help us. Okay, that's fine. Maybe Edgeworth can help us? Ooh, maybe he can. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumours flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. We want to talk to you. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. I do feel bad for him. Because he is literally just trying to do his job and trying to make the world a safer place. But he can't do that when there's so much against him, like falsified evidence, people lying to him, people trying to take revenge on him even though it's not his fault, or trying to blame him, or what's the word? I can't remember the word. Blame him or make him out to be the murderer when he's not. There's a word for it, I can't remember. Or term for it, I don't know. Falsely accused. Oh my god, brain. Okay. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Oh, don't say that, Edgeworth. Phoenix is just trying to make sure that you're okay. We care about you. Because this is a relationship that I ship. Don't say that we're getting on your nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that this case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Let's show him the picture. Because the only reason why they're mentioning it is obviously it's supposed to show him. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to me, miss? What's different about the trophy? It looks the same to me. Or am I being blind? Oh! The knife is missing. I am being blind. Why is it missing? I guess we'll find out. It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Eh? What do you mean, Edgeworth? Explain yourself. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in the ceremony over on the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend this one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving rewards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh, yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Seems kind of suspicious. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. I know this story. Well, it's not really it's a mythological story. I don't remember them telling this in the game, though. I've blocked out a lot of it. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd. He claimed it could slice through any shield or armour. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolise... Precisely so. They symbolise the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it's a result in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth, I learned something new today. That's funny. I'll tell you something else. Actually, it's still used to this day, but not the word for contradiction. There's it's a saying, but I can't remember what the saying is. If someone says it to me, I know what they're saying. It literally does mean contradiction though, and we use it to describe people's emotions a lot of times in Chinese. Or people's actions. Sorry for the cough. It snuck up on me. So, I mean, there's a lot of different types of sayings as well. So saying that you're the halberd as well as the shield. So you're both parts, but you contradict yourself. Or there's a slightly ruder version, which is saying how you're a god and you're a ghost. So you're the good and you're the bad at the same time. That's kind of what it means. You're contradicting yourself. You're the good person and you're the bad person all at once. You need to make a decision on your choices, basically. But yeah, it's an interesting saying. There are many, many different types of saying. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given the shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Ooh. I think I know where this is leading. Okay. Let's move. Oh, are we going to see the cough-up queen here? Excuse me. Oh, here we are. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. I wonder if we can talk to her. We can. Joan Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Under pressure. No, stop it. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Ooh. Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid, Neshi Legacy. Thank you. Oh my god, so many people. Hello. Wow, there's so many of you. Welcome. Objection, the Sassy Crew has arrived, offering candles to be your friend. Thank you so much for the raid. Wow, welcome. Hello. Let me give you a shout out first. Thank you so much for all the follows. Oh my god, you guys are amazing. Welcome in. Give me 2 seconds. Oh my god. I am not very good at this. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow, Leonard the NPC, Sabrina Jadex, and Neshi Legacy. Hello, welcome in. My name is Jatsu. I am a variety streamer. I occasionally do art, but I mostly play a lot of novel-based games like Ace Attorney here. I also play a lot of sad games and psychological horror games as well. But yeah, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Did I spell your name wrong? I did. I'm so sorry. I was like, why is it not working? It was because I put Lacey instead of Legacy. I apologise. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you so much for the massive raid. Oh my god, you guys are truly well and amazing. If you need to go for a rest, please do so. I know streaming can take it out of you quite a bit. But yes, please make sure you hydrate, you stretch, and get some snacks in you. And for those of you that have just joined us as well, we are playing. No worries. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. But yeah, I hope you're all having a lovely weekend so far. We are doing the last chapter of Ace Attorney as well. I've been at this last chapter for quite a while because I forgot how long it was, and I've been streaming it for quite some time. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to the end of it today. But yeah, we are just gonna continue, but thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god. That was a big raid. Okay. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. It is a very good case. So I've already played the first game like 5 times already. But because it's been quite some time, I can't actually remember exactly the whole entire story. My brain only remembers like little bits here and there. So I know how it turns out and what I need to do. But I also don't remember what evidence and where to present them or what point I need to be showing and stuff like that. So a lot of times I'm just like, I'm stuck. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Yeah, I mean, I've played the first 3 games like 5 times already. I've also played the Great Ace Attorney. I'm only halfway through the second one. And I've also played the 4th game as well, but I haven't played 5 and 6. I have ordered the Apollo Justice Trilogy as well. Yeah, it's a very long series though, so it's nice to go back to it every now and then. I enjoy replaying this because it is a lot of fun, and it gives me all the feels, and the music's amazing as well. Oh my god! I remember watching. So they did a what's the word? A live orchestra show in Japan, but they streamed it online as well, so you just had to pay like a small fee to watch it online, which I did, and it was amazing. They played the Steel Samurai theme, and I was like, yes, that's my favourite theme. I also have it as my phone ringtone as well. That's how much I love this series. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. And proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana was always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Ooh. But the duo wasn't really a duo, not in sync at least anyway. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there are rumours about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Ooh. She's quite bitter about her attitude, I think. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Ricky. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Ooh. So we found out that Gant is, well, basically he's trying to get control of everything. We need to go here. Where's Gumshoe? I was going to show him the shield so that he'd let us into the office. Oh, you're back. You're still here. I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yes, there is. I think it's a shield we need to present to him. Hey, that's it. That's the King of the Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. Say, this design is based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah, everyone knows that. There was this dragon, yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? Well, that's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Is he gonna let us in then? No. I thought the shield was the thing that was gonna let us in. Okay. Nope. Okay, so that's gonna do it. I thought that was gonna trigger that. No. Oh. I've been studying up on these files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while I was going on, you know? While it was going on, not while I was going on. After all, serial killer was on the loose. But Lana's pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Okay, so that's not the thing that we need to... yeah, he's only seen the jar before, but we can't tell him it's actually in the chief's office that he's seen it. Okay. Is it that one? No. Can we talk to Lana? Let's see if she will look at the shield. Nope, she refuses to talk to us. Okay, fine. I'll need to raid and run as it is 4 AM, but it's nice to meet you. I hope you have a nice rest of the weekend stream. Take care, Intuos. Oh, no worries. Oh my god, 4 AM. Yes, go, go, go. Enjoy your rest. I hope you get some nice rest as well. But yeah, sleep well, night night, and have sweet dreams. Yeah, same. Likewise. Thank you for the raid though again. Thank you so much. Very much appreciative. No, but it's not him. Did I present this already? I think I did. Yeah, I did. We've already said this one. I think I'm stuck again. Okay, so we need to try and convince. Oh, I know what I need to do. I forgot something. I know he's right there, but do you think we can grab it? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know. Oh wait, hang on. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been the just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think you're serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. There's letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. This is what I was missing. Oh, is he gone? Oh no. He's still there. You can't resign, Edgeworth. We need a nemesis. A forever nemesis. And that's gotta be you. Criminal affairs, right. Let's show this to Gumshoe. Right. Oh, what's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way, Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. Oh, poor Gumshoe. I'm sorry. That's it. I made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Gumshoe. He really, and I don't mean this in a romantic way, he really does love Edgeworth, platonically. Bless him. Right. Chief's office. You stinky, smarmy bastard. We're gonna get you. Here goes. Read that wrong. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Ah! Did she slap him? Oh no, poor Gumshoe. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Right, let's examine. I'm very curious about this. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armour. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying 1 cent on my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding this armour as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Oh, that was Emma, sorry. Get it out. You guys just don't know how scary that guy can be. I mean, yeah, he can be pretty scary. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Same here. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... No, Gumshoe. We're not going to try your birthday. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Well, I'll be damned. Access granted. Dun dun dun. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777. Did I do one too many sevens? I think I might have. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777, the ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Ooh, the music got tense. Let's look inside. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. It's the handprint. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is this all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove there's something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. And I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SR9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Of course there is. Okay. So the shard belongs here. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble fragments. Let's go. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again. I will prove Chief Gant was only hiding evidence. Here goes. Dun dun dun. This one should be easy. Ooh. What's going on? There we go. But what does it say? There, it fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Can we? Oh, there's a bit of the handle that's broken as well, I think. Okay, well, let's have a look at this. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the Chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just dots. But this one's a line. That is odd. Can we do a luminal test on that? No, okay. And this picture. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though. Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. Got to stay positive. Okay, so that's not it. And we need to prove to him that piece of... That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it, though. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Apologise. Oh, apologies even. Of course, it was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. We say that, but there might be, so we will investigate that desk. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go like that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Dun dun dun. I think he is a big suspect. Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Let's examine the office more, okay? Don't you worry. His desk is so, empty. He probably practices the clear desk policy. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. You put that paper he was reading in his desk. Are we going to pick up that paper? I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? He knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. We've stolen the list of evidence. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk. We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edruff had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We better take a little look more into that list. Ooh. Can we actually check out the list? That's Emma's drawing, isn't it? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Yeah, this must be Emma's drawing. And probably why the evidence list is kept. Dun dun dun. Okay, slide over. This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner, but there's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Okay, so that's been checked. Maybe I do need to check the organ. Is there something there? No, it's not been checked. I mean, this painting we've got a copy of already, anyway. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Duck ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his reward trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to up the question dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. He never listens to anyone anyway, so it's fine that he's deaf. Oh, gumshoe. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Oh, Phoenix, you're so mean. Oh. This mark looks like some kind of flower. Well, it is. It's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. Dresser? A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges. I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Okay, anything else we can check out? We still need to grab that last bit of scrap. Oh, I say scrap. Okay, so... You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armour from here, at first the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Can we talk to... I'm sure no. Okay. So we need to take one more bit of evidence, which is that piece of cloth with the fingerprints on it. What do we have that proves? I think it's part of his top, but how do I? Yeah, let's check the organ, check the desk. There must be something I can present to Gumshoe. Because it wasn't the picture. Yeah, no, he's just all about if he gets fired. Okay. From fire. No. Okay, so he won't accept that either. Okay. Oh, I'm stuck. Alright. Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all of your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now, shown how to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. No, we want to fingerprint that piece of leather. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it. Yay, I guessed right. I was like, will this work? Will they let us? Jeez. What's your sense of humour? Or where's your sense of humour? Hey, we get to dab, 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 and then blow away the powder. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Okay. No, we had to choose a finger first? Oh. That's me being an idiot going, oh, I can dust the whole entire print. And I have to choose a finger. Oh, it's not even related, brain. It literally said, choose a finger. My brain went, Charlie bit my finger. Oh dear. Right, let's. Let's dust that. Ding. Oh, it's not Chief Gantz. It's Emma's finger. Why is it Emma's handprint? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on there? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. And now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. Oh, he is mean. Poor Gumshoe, he's fired. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you and the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. We can't just leave her in there with him. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Dun dun dun, that's awfully suspicious. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Let's go. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person he's speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Damon Gant, of course. Well, Miss Guy. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from an SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's order, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Calm down, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to be opened again. My intention was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister, to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma's so confident about Lana's innocent. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Oh no. She must feel quite guilty. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana... You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Dun dun dun! Oh my god, this final court case. Are we even going to be able to complete it? Oh, I don't know. Oh no. Alright. Yeah, save. Okay, this case is like the final showdown case. Is the lyrics? It's the final countdown. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I told you, these earworms, they just happen in my head. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you've really figured it out. You're the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. This is it! If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. I think I remember what happened. Vaguely. Ooh. Right. Court is in session. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard that what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. She's gonna admit to everything, isn't she? Ugh. What's this all about, defendant? Give me 2 seconds. What's going on? Okay. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honour, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. Dun dun dun. Yes, Phoenix, object. You can't. Your Honour, the defendant's claim does not change the defence's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana. Your Honour, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Oh? One moment, Your Honour. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Oh, Edgeworth is fighting back. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honour, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Wow, basically Edgeworth is saying, if there's a train crash, you should keep your eyes on the train crash and keep watching, no matter how bad it is. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Dun dun dun. Hey Emma, are you okay? We shouldn't have left you in the office with Chief Gant, honestly. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe Edgeworth did that. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Oh my god. Now then, witness. Please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark Killings. Is that correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave him fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Dun, dun, dun. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Oh, that's not right. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honour. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defence may begin its cross-examination. Okay, let's press. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Let's push you. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but... Okay. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told a detective about what I saw then. A detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honour. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. Knife and stabbed. Let's press you. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Duck was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Doug. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Nana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay. So I don't think I can present the picture just yet because it's not a contradiction. What is? This is. Oh. Okay, so this. Okay, right. So I do need to present the drawing. Evidence. Okay. It doesn't, so I'm going to lose a bit of life. Whoopsies. Okay, so I do need to present the drawing. Okay, never mind. I thought I was being clever. Okay, so that's not the evidence they're going for. They did. I suppose. They did go. Maybe I should look at my evidence. I should have listened. Alright, this one. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honour. Turn it over. Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Dun dun dun. Order, order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the question room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Oh no! Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Oh no. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh my god. It's a blue badger. We're gonna get haunted by the blue badger. That thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Oh wait, hang on, I want to take a look at it as a whole. Let me tilt it. Is that upside down? I'm like tilting my head just to see what is going on. I don't think that's a blue badger. I think that's something else. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I remember now. Bits of it. Okay, very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Dun dun dun. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, let's press. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time the investigation team was reorganised. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Okay. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Marshall jumped... Hello, Rin. Yes, you have caught me live. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? Oh my god, thanks you. I'm just setting up my own stream, so I thought I'd stop by and say hi. No worries, I'm doing fine. I'm actually getting a little bit hungry. I'm trying to complete this story, but I don't think I'm gonna finish it today. But yeah, I'm getting a bit hungry. It is close to dinner time for me, so hopefully I'll get most of this trial done, and then I'll just have to complete it another day. I might do a sneaky stream tomorrow morning and be like, I'm just gonna get this over and done with, because I need to complete it. And then once we complete it, I'm gonna take a little break from Phoenix Wright and do another game, and then we'll move over to the second game, because I also want to play the Apollo Justice trilogy with you guys too. But yeah, it's going good so far, but I hope your stream goes well today as well. I might be lurking in that one later. After I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? I need to get around to Apollo Justice. I definitely looked into seeing that. I'm a little behind on the VODs, so I'm going to have to do some catching up. No worries. They're all up on YouTube if you're interested. For anyone else who doesn't know, just type it. You can find all my VODs over on YouTube. Here are all my socials. You can follow me on Twitter. Based, yeah. Yeah, I upload them all on YouTube afterwards. So if you do miss it on Twitch, you can go catch up with any of my VODs over on YouTube. I've played quite a few games, some of them interesting, some of them very interesting, and some of them just a bit weird. Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture I saw in an instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact theme. It wasn't influenced in any way by your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or we might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... there's clearly a contradiction here. After that, I must have fainted. This was just exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay, so that is the last statement. I think... okay, I know what the contradiction is. Okay. It's the so-called knife. Let's present. Not this knife. This one. Is that it? No, it's not. Oh my god. What's contradictory? Oh, do you know what? I know what it is. It's the autopsy. The autopsy report says that he was stabbed in the back. So this would be contradictory there. Okay. There we go, we got there. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? This, because he was stabbed in the front, right? I think it's this part here. Oh, maybe not. I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks. Oh my god! Phoenix! Oh no! Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. Oh my god. Why would you say it stinks? I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Yes, well, so long as the defence has learned his lesson, I better take another look at that autopsy report and this picture. Okay. What does the autopsy report say? Okay, I think it's this. I'm gonna end up dying. I just have a feeling I'm gonna end up dying. Okay. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ha ha ha. Order, order, order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honour, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must be all very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. Oh. It wasn't that? Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. Oh no, I've only got one life left. Hang on, let me save. It is the trophy, but I need to present it in another way. Okay. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Oh, no, not that. Not my badge. Okay, maybe it's this. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right here inside this picture. Okay, this is a picture of the war ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. A struggle there. Order, order, order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? Why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, Phoenix, you got it the other way round. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Oh. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honour. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Dun, dun, dun. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until last year. Hadn't even designed, should be. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Okay. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor office report. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But, as we've just theorised, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. Oh no. Is Emma the cause of the death? What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. Sorry. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? The Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But... it was the chief of detectives who fought up this hideous beast. Oh, don't be so mean to the Blue Badger, he's not hideous. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing's caused enough commotion. Oh, that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. All this backwards and forwards. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Anna saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? I just might know. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet, she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, It is the defence's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger. I think it's this. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. Oh no. Oh wait, hang on. How do I do this? Is it that way? Or is it this way? No, hang on. Okay, I kind of get it. I kind of got it. I stupidly ruined the rotation. Hang on. You got this. Let's rotate it this way. I forgot about the forensics mechanic. Yeah, this is still like the very first game, but they introduced it in the what's it? The final case, just to give you a taste of what to expect. Wait, hang on. Should be this way, right? Oh my god. I'm really messing this up. How is it? Kind of like this, right? This isn't right. I've got to make it look a bit more like the badger. Okay, fine. Allow me to remind the defence its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witnesses drew, we cannot accept his claim. Oh, I've got to find the right angle. Right, okay. Oh my god. Right, it's the right way around now. No, it's not. Oh, I really hate this. Right. I think it's this way. Or is it the other way? I'm sure it's like this way. Was it facing this way? Like this? No, it can't be. I'm like just swiveling it around. How about this way? No, not that way. Like this? Like this? Is that good enough? Okay, no, it doesn't look right. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm just like, how? Which angle? I'm like so certain that it's... No, it must be... I'm sure it's supposed to be this way. I have a feeling it's not that way. Oh, I'm struggling. Is it more this way? Nope, that's not right either. Oh my god, which angle is it? I want to be pretty certain that that thin part is what's supposed to be at the top. And then these two bits. Because to me, that looks like it. But apparently it's not. It's not this way. So I'm not sure, and I'm certain... hang on. About this way. Oh, wait. This way? This way? Nope. Oh my god. Oh my god. How is this file supposed to look? Or this jar? I'm getting so stuck. Like, that looks like it, but apparently it's not right. So I'm just like, how? And apparently that doesn't look like it either. I might have to enlist the help of online in a minute. And be like, I've tried this angle like several times. I don't think it's correct. This angle isn't correct either. Or is it? I'm going to cheat a bit. Hang on. Because otherwise this is going to frustrate me. And I'm going to get stuck on it. And I don't want to be stuck on it. Right. Rotate the jar until it looks like... I was right. Why is it not accepting my picture? You're such a butt face. Okay, fine. Will you accept this? No? Okay, still won't accept it. But my thinking is right, it's just I probably haven't tilted it enough or something. Oh no. Okay. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I was right. It just refused to accept it. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defence has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testifies so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? Thank you, Tyria, for lurking. I love you too. I hope you feel better soon. If it's a migraine, I hope it leaves you. I hope it goes away. But no worries, thank you for lurking. I very much appreciate it. And anyone else who's lurking, don't worry, you don't have to interact with me. If you just prefer lurking, that's absolutely fine. You are free to do so, and you are much appreciated all the same. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. You are the biggest lurker. That's absolutely fine, Barry. I appreciate it. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. I haven't. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to be impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting, what would he have hit? The suit of armour holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armour was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There was another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defence theorises, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh my god, the silence is killing me. Oh no. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, poor Emma. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dart murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. Oh no. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you had hoped to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the very beginning. Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. The message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Ooh. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. That'll be the jar. Because the only bit that he kept was, well, the bit with the big line. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there was a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honour, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Okay. So, here, up to here, up, here, to here, here, to here. Do I need to connect that? No. Okay. Here, to here, and then here, to here. Overshot that one. Oh. And the 2 dots here.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Wow, the Hontai court is stunned into silence. See, Worthy? You can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Oh no, poor Worthy. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Oh, uproar! What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 Oh no, the judge is having a hard time. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Dun, dun, dun. I might have to stop here. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh, I tried so hard to complete the game, but I really need to. I think I need to stop. I've been going for like 6 hours. Oh my god. All right, I might do a little sneaky stream tomorrow morning to try and complete this because oh my god, this is a very, very long case, and I just knew. Had a feeling. Thank you so much for joining me today. Let's see. Is there anyone currently streaming? I know I've been going for so long. I didn't want to go for this long, to be fair. It's a little bit difficult, especially for my voice. Do you know what? I'm gonna send you guys off to Rin because she is amazing and she was here lurking and she probably still is. Rhinoceros TV. Right, let's start raiding. Thank you so much for joining me today. I very much appreciate it. I will probably do a sneaky stream tomorrow, like I said. If you like the community, please feel free to join our Discord. We do a lot of fun things over there. If you'd like to keep up to date with all of my socials, here they are. If you are subbed, please use this raid message. If you are not subbed, please use this raid message. But yes, please enjoy the rest of your evening. I will most likely see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Get some good rest. Make sure you stretch. Make sure you hydrate. And make sure you get some plenty of food. And also enjoy your time with Rin. She's playing Terraria. which is a like sandbox battle game kind of thing. But be good, be nice, be kind, and make sure you redeem, if you have enough points on her channel, redeem that hydrate button. We make sure that she's properly hydrated because she forgets to drink. But thank you so much, and I will see you guys soon. But bye-bye for now.